Test, 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 test. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Atlantic Motorsport Park for our second day here of the last round of the sARL Racing Series. Another beautiful day in store for us. A little warmer than it was yesterday. About 15 degrees, I believe, was the high. Today it's going to be 18. So beautiful weather to end off the season here in 2025. A few minutes ago, you heard the 5-minute call for the first heat race this morning. First of three. The first one is the Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme 4-lap heat race. Shout out to the sponsor of this category, which is the Stephanie Napier. She's a registered massage therapist, offering a blend of therapeutic and wellness massage at her home-based massage studio, located in Ketch Harbor, Nova Scotia, focusing on pain relief and injury rehabilitation, while also offering relaxation massage. She is dedicated to helping you achieve a pain-free and active lifestyle. So thank you, Stephanie, for sponsoring this class this year. Riders now making their way out onto the track for their one warm-up lap. 5 bikes out there this morning. Pole position held by the current championship leader of the 196, Kristen Whitehead, with 89 points. To her left is the 20 of Jeanette Ball, only 13 points back. And making up the front row, the 7 of Sasha Richard, the better with 23 points. Courtney taking the first half of the season off, so now back here racing at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Was here for round 4, and now finish off in the season here. Down into the minute 16s yesterday, so we'll see how this race transpires this morning. And we're racing, and it looks like it is Kristen Whitehead with the hole shot, but second row able to get up into second, down into turn 1. Out of turn 2. Oh, Courtney Lorraine into the lead, down there into turn 2, making her way to turn 3. Couple of bike lengths ahead of Kristen Whitehead. Looks like it is Jeanette Ball in third, followed by Sasha Richard, and then Brianna Mosier in 5th. But now coming over the top of 5, about 4 bike lengths. Courtney is ahead of Kristen, down the back straightaway now. Tip it off the back straightaway, charging towards turn 9. We'll see what happens here into turn 9 if Kristen is able to chew up a couple of those bike lengths, and she has, right on the back of Courtney Lorraine out of turn 9. On to the front straightaway. A bike length separates the 2 riders. A few championship points up for grabs here this morning. 4 for the leader, 3, 2, and 1. Now as they go through turn 3, looks like turn 2 is Courtney's corner, but she had to get off the gas out of 3, maybe going to go a little wide there, so she had about 5 bike lengths heading up towards turn 3, but coming out of turn 3, has allowed Kristen to get right back on the back of her. Now over the top of 5. A little wheelie from Courtney heading down turn 5. A bike length between the two. Kristen up the inside into turn 7. Taking over the lead here. Nice fun battle to start off the racing this morning. Now through turn 9. Looks like Courtney got in a little hot in there to turn 9. Had to get off the gas, so that's opened up about a second and a half here onto the front straightaway. So the riders get the halfway marker. Jeanette Ball crossing the line. Has about 4 or 5 seconds over Sasha Richard. That's for the last position in the front row for the race this afternoon. But back up to these leaders. Kristen Whitehead through turn 4. Looks like it's about a second there or a little bit more over Courtney Lorraine over the top of 5. Now off the back straightaway. Only going to be 1 lap to go here. So with this gap has opened up as big as it has this last lap, Courtney may just elect to ride this last lap home and know that the race this afternoon, she's going to be on the front row. Now coming onto the front straightaway, Kristen Whitehead going to get the last lap flag. Third place rider Jeanette Ball coming on to the front straightaway. Keep an eye on these lap times. Jeanette Ball is going to be racing in the Catch 22, the race just before lunch. So looking at her lap times here early this morning, down into the 22s already. She'll be battling it out with Angus McClarty. The two of them 1 and 2 in the championship. Kristen Whitehead now tipping into turn 9. Couple of corners to go here. Now on to the front straightaway. Starting the day off with pole position. Courtney Lorraine down into the 17s this morning. As I mentioned earlier, she was doing some 16s yesterday, so look forward to seeing them battle it out this afternoon. Jeanette Ball coming on to the front straightaway. Front row start this afternoon. 4th place goes to Sasha Richard. And starting from the 2nd row is going to be Brianna Mosier. All right, we got about 3 minutes before the start of our next heat race, which is the THB Safety Consultants Limited 4-lap Thunder heat race. Nice healthy grid out there for this heat race this morning with 20 riders registered. I know there is one rider not going to be able to make it out there this morning, which is the number 9 of Gary McKinnon. All right, now we got 2 minutes left before the start of this heat race. Riders now getting the tire warmers off their bikes. Mentioned it yesterday with these riders run slicks on their bikes. And the way that the compound is made in order to have the best grip out of these tires, they have to be up to a certain temperature that the manufacturer recommends. So what they do is they'll have these tire warmers on to get them up to that temperature, and then once they're out on the track, and up to racing speeds there, the temperatures stay pretty good. The track's a little bit cooler, so they may lose a little bit of pressure out there, so that some of the seasoned riders here will make tire pressure adjustments to try to keep that pressure at the recommended number. Sometimes you gotta start with a little lower pressure, knowing that they're going to go a little bit higher during race time, and sometimes you got to put a little bit more in, knowing that they won't come up to temperature based on the conditions. So they may make adjustments from the riding this morning till the afternoon, or they'll just ride through it and keep the same temperatures just to keep it simple. Down the riders there on pit lane. I'll run you through the order. The 2025 THB Safety Consultants Limited Thunder champion is the 34 of Mark Goodwin, clinching this championship round 4, sitting with 89 points. To his left is the 66 of Matt Covey with 58 points. Gary McKinnon was slated to sit on the front row there, but as I mentioned earlier, due to that get-off there on the front straightaway, Gary McKinnon elected to keep the bike in the paddock today, knowing he wasn't fighting for any championships here this weekend. So now that opens up the door for the 24 of Darcy George, only 2 points back from Gary McKinnon. And tied with Darcy George on the second row is the 2 of William Fonsavon. So the two of them with 42 points, they'll be duking it out for that third place position in the championship this afternoon. Third row sees the 72 of Scott Campbell with 25 points, followed by the 195 of Angus Campbell with 21, and the 145 of Greg McInnes with 20. So those three riders only separated by 5 points in the championship. Fourth row sees the 4 of Jack Robowski with 19 points, and the 95 of William Martin with 16. Fifth row sees the 10 of Scott Conley, followed by the 46 of Jarrett Campbell, 86 of Michael Brunt. Sixth row sees the 507 of Brad Squires and the 111 of Jonathan Anderson. Seventh row sees the 78 of Jason Rideout, 69 of Ryan Hum, and the 97 of Dwayne Finley. 8th row sees the 63 of Bobby Couturier and the 132 of Corey Canfield. And got word that Avery Hart registered for this class as well, so I'm with no championship points. I believe he'll be starting from the 9th row. All right, bikes now in their grid positions. Head marshal off the track. They're now in the starter's orders. And we're racing. Looks like it's Matt Covey with the whole shot, followed by Mark Goodwin. Down into turn 1. Now out of turn 2, Matt Covey, Mark Goodwin, Darcy George, William Fonsavon, Angus Campbell, all in the top 5, storming towards turn 4. Darcy George on the outside of Mark Goodwin, taking over that second place position. Darcy George putting that R3 where he wants it this morning. Now down the back straightaway. See if he's able to hold on to that position, but Mark Goodwin able to drop past Darcy, but this is his classic move here. He stays on the outside, but just not able to hold it on the outside of turn 7. So Mark Goodwin back into the second place position. Now coming out of turn 9, Matt Covey, a bike length ahead of Mark Goodwin, bike length ahead of Darcy George. William Fonsavon, a couple of bike lengths back. Angus Campbell. Racing here this morning. Down into turn 2. It is Mark Goodwin taking over the lead from Matt Covey. Darcy George there as well. Looks like William Fonsavon had to let off the gas and went a little bit wide there, so that gap has opened up a little bit more. Jack Robowski in between corners 3 and 4 has taken over that 5th place position from Angus Campbell. So now he's right on the back of William Fonsavon. Probably going to use the horsepower of that Kramer down the back straightaway, side by side with William Fonsavon. Now into the 4th place position. Now out of turn 9, Mark Goodwin, couple of bike lengths ahead of Matt Covey. Onto the front straightaway. Riders getting the halfway marker. 2 laps to go here, and that's THB Safety Consultants Limited Thunder Race. Following the leaders, Mark Goodwin and Matt Covey have opened up about half a second or so over Darcy George. So they're continuing to push here over the top of 5. I'll keep an eye on Jack Robowski, see if he's able to track down Darcy George. Across the line, he was about 2.5 seconds back. But down the back straightaway, using the horsepower of that Kramer, he is now within about a half a second from Darcy George. So that will be a front row start if he's able to make his way around Darcy George. With only 1 lap to go there when they cross the line. We'll see if he's got enough corners left in him to try to make that move. But here comes the leader onto the front straightaway. Mark Goodwin. Half a second ahead of Matt Covey. Leaders now making their way towards turn 4. Still about maybe 6 bike lengths or so. But the rider on the move is Jack Robowski going on the outside of Darcy George. Oh, looks like Darcy George has a problem slowing up on the track. Coming over the top of 5. All the riders getting around him. Looks like Darcy George does have troubles with that R3 and has had to pull it off on the top of 5. It's out of the way and all the riders are by there, but unfortunate for Darcy George, running into some troubles with only a couple of corners to go. Up to the leader, Mark Goodwin. 1 corner to go, coming onto the front straightaway. Followed by Matt Covey. Jack Robowski moving up to the front row for the race this afternoon. Angus Campbell putting in his fastest lap of the race, down into the 17s, finishing in 4th, followed by Craig McInnes. 3rd row is going to see William Fonsavon, followed by William Martin and Avery Hart. Then it's going to be Jonathan Anderson, Corey Canfield, Michael Brunt, Jason Rideout, Dwayne Finley, Scott Connolly, and Scott Campbell making up the top 15. I was talking about that championship before the start of this heat race. Darcy George only 2 points back from Gary McKinnon, who's currently sitting 3rd in the championship. Now is going to have to start from the back of the pack. So now William Fonsavon, who is tied with Darcy George, in perfect position there to try to take over that 3rd place position in the championship. Sitting there as well with 42 points. So they're now going to have to go pick up that bike of Darcy George. Just a little bit of information for the paddock so everyone knows about what happened there with Darcy George. Apparently he has run out of gas. So I'm sure everyone wants to give that nice little thumbs up there to Darcy George through with his ride of shame back to the paddock. But just for the riders in the next race there, just a heads up that the bike or the truck there is heading out through turn 4 there now. So you're going to have a few more minutes there before the 5-minute call runs out. Darcy now realizing the power of the announcer. Lots of gas cans there. Up for the pickings for Darcy. I'd say he gets the award for the most celebrated ride of shame here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. So we got 2 minutes now before the start of the last heat race this morning, which is the Bridgestone CSBK Series Sportsman 4-lap heat race. On pole position, the current championship leader, the number 80 of Blaise Fougere, currently sitting with 19 points. To his left is going to be the 62 of Phil Warnell with 81. Back 18 points here in the championship. Making up the front row, the 30 of George Church with 46. Second row sees the 507 of Brad Squires. Mr. Curvin, you can hear me? Was it a PB from Brad Squires yesterday? Yep, Brad Squires getting his fastest lap here at Atlantic Motorsport Park yesterday. And making up the field is going to be the 144 of Marty Fogarty. The 5 riders there now on pit lane. Minute left, but since all 5 riders are there, yep, I was going to say they might let them out early, and they have. No need to wait for the riders to sit there for an hour or a minute to let those tires cool down. So all the 5 riders were there, and now they're heading on out. Five riders now are in their grid position, so we are seconds away from the start of this last heat race this morning. And we're racing. Looks like it's Phil Warnell with a great shot from the middle of the front row up into the lead. Wait for the Riders to come out of turn 2 to see where they are positioned. It is Phil Warnell, Blaise Fougier, followed by Brad Squires, George Church, and then Marty Fogarty. Now out of turn 3, a bike length between Phil Warnell and Blaise Fougier. They've opened up about 5 back to the third place rider of Brad Squires. So now making the way to the back straightaway. We'll see what happens here over the top of 5. About 3 bike lengths between the top 2 riders. Now heading towards turn 9. Still about 3 bike lengths between the 2 of them. Blaise, a seasoned rider here, knows he has a 19-point lead in the championship. 26 points will be for the leader this afternoon. So he'll definitely have that in consideration during this heat race. Four points goes to the leader, 3 for second, so that will only get Phil Warnell 1 point closer with this win. So still with a front row start if they finish the way they are. Blaise Fougier knows where the points matter is in the race this afternoon. So coming out of turn 4, still about 3-4 bike lengths. He may just elect to save the battling for this afternoon and just manage this gap and bring it home. Right now, Phil Warnell, coming off turn 7, is opening it up to about a second. Riders do have a posture. Yeah, they kind of resonate this kind of racy feeling when you know they're pushing hard, and I can tell from Blaise Fougier's body language there, he is definitely in that conserve mode, just running a smooth ride there. Riders get the halfway marker. Brad coming across the line in third, followed by George Church and Marty Fogarty. So Brad will move up to the front row if the race was to finish the way it is, moving it up from the second row. Phil Warnell now open it up. Looks like about 2, maybe 3 seconds there now over Blaise Fougier. See the lap times of Phil Warnell. He is definitely pushing hard. He's into the minute 13, so you never know. He might be shaking down the bike there knowing he's going to be pushing hard this afternoon, so he may be working on his race pace here. Made some adjustments maybe on the bike there this morning. As he now gets the last lap flag. Continuing to push hard, putting fastest lap for Phil Warnell down to the low 13s. Nice healthy battle there between George Church and Marty Fogarty across the line. Only 2.5 tenths of a second between the two of them across the line. Leaders now heading down the back straightaway for the last time in this heat race. Looking at the gap across the line, 3 seconds between the two of them. Now only a couple of corners to go for Phil Warnell. Get within a point of Blaise Fougier in this championship. On to the front straightaway. Checkered flag flying. Followed by Blaise Fougier in second. Here comes Brad Squires now through turn 11 onto the front straightaway. George Church able to hold off Marty Fogarty with his fastest lap of the race, down into the 18s. For putting in so much work for the club, taking pictures, putting them up on Facebook, really showcasing the talent here for all the riders. Dave spends countless hours in between the days here. You put some up, I noticed this morning. Great shots from Dave Morash. As we all know, Dave, a very talented photographer and editor. But then after today, he's going to spend more countless hours editing these photos to make sure he tells the story of the race for all of us to see. On top of that, Dave works in the educational system, so shout out to Dave for putting in all these extra hours, even though he's busy with his day job. Now, about 2.5 minutes before the first full-length race today, it's going to catch off. Catch off, huh? Catch 22, catch off. It's going to be the Nova Drilling Catch 22. Shout out to the sponsor, Nova Drilling. Nova Drilling provides geotechnical, environmental, and marine infrastructure drilling services throughout the Maritimes and Nunavut. The main type of drilling offered is diamond core, which provides a bedrock core sample for engineering consultants to design foundations and install environmental monitoring wells. So a shout out there to Robert McGinnis there, the owner of Nova Drilling. Also sponsors a couple of the riders there. One that's in this class, starting from the front row. So now, a minute before the start of this race, run you through the order. The current championship leader sitting on pole position out of Chesapeake, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Porter's Lake Pub. That would be the 20 of Jeanette Ball. Jeanette currently has 158 points. Challenge for second or the win, but where this championship fight continues on this morning is between him and the rider on the second row, fourth in the championship with 71 points. So only 1 point is separating the 53 of Jim Marlowe, currently sitting in fourth, with Tony Martin sitting in third. Talking with Tony Martin this morning, we had a little pit crew or a little interview there with Tony Martin. Said that Sarah Martin, his wife, gave him some inspirational words in the night just to say, suck it up, Buttercup. Tony Martin unusually running a little slower in his lap times yesterday asking Tony about it. He had no idea why, so maybe that words of advice from Sarah might be what he needs to get back to the lap times that Tony runs here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Making up the second row is the 88 of John McRae. Third row sees the 15 of Pat Patterson out of Parlsboro, Nova Scotia. Sponsored by Asylum Racing and Nicole Burr. Tied with Pat Patterson is the 81 of Oleg Kavishaw. Oleg out of Dieppe, Nova Scotia. And making up the third row is the 69 of Ryan Hum. Fourth row sees the 27 of Brianna Mosier out of Lower Sackville. Sponsored by Liberty CC Plus Racing and ABS Fairings. And making up the fourth row is the 36 of Lucas Bull. Fifth row sees Robert McGinnis, rider number 73. Sponsored by Nova Drilling, Inc. And the 84 of Pietch Cibula. Now in the starter's orders, seconds away here, and we're racing. Oh, Tony Martin had to chop the throttle, was going to have a wheelie. I think a few riders might have gone around him. Might have been Angus McClarty from the middle of the front row, just getting ahead of Jeanette Ball down into turn one, but we'll wait here from the tower out of turn two. That is Angus McClarty, followed by Jeanette Ball. Tony Martin in third. So able to regroup there after having to chop the throttle at the start. It looks like Pat Patterson is in fourth, followed by Jim Marlowe in fifth. So Tony Martin right now pushing hard to stay ahead of Jim Marlowe, because really it's just whoever finishes ahead of who on the track between Tony Martin and Jim Marlowe is going to give that last podium or last place in the championship. Now out of turn seven, Angus McClarty, only a bike length ahead. Jeanette Ball looks like she wants to go side by side with Angus McClarty, but Angus letting off the brakes into turn nine, staying ahead of Jeanette Ball. Coming out of 9 now. She was thinking about an inside move there at 10. But now onto the front straightaway. Nothing separating these three riders. Other thing to mention as well, these riders know when they're pushing hard for the championship, they may get below the minute 22 mark. So this first lap, there is no recorded time since they're starting from a standstill. So we'll keep an eye on those lap times as well, because if you go faster than a minute 22, you're disqualified and lose all those points. So the interesting one I'm going to keep an eye on is Tony Martin, because he's staying right behind Angus McClarty and Jeanette Ball there in third place position over the top of 5. So he may be flirting with the 122s. Jim Marlowe getting frisky out there over the top of 5, going side by side with Pat Patterson. Pat Patterson using the horsepower of that 600 to get back around Jim Marlowe. So Jim Marlowe looking like an inside move here into 9, side by side. With Jim Marlowe electing to just tuck up in behind Pat Patterson there throughout outside or coming out of 9. But now onto the front straightaway. My eyes are on these lap times. All the riders were slower than that 122 there at the top. So far, so good for the lap times. They're doing 123, so they have another second or so before they start flirting with that 122 mark. But now through turn 4, Jeanette Ball looking hungry to take over this lead. Side by side, going through turn 4. It is Jeanette Ball taking over the lead over the top of 5 now from Angus McClarty. Down the back straightaway, Tony Martin still right there as well. Jeanette Ball down the back straightaway has opened up about 4 bike lengths. Angus McClarty last time answered right back again into turn 9 in yesterday's race, but just not close enough. Jeanette Ball playing a smart move. She went on the inside of 9, playing a blocking move there to take away that inside pass from Angus McClarty. So now onto the front straightaway. Jeanette Ball 3 bike lengths ahead of Angus McClarty, followed by Tony Martin. All 3 riders flirting with that 122 mark. Jeanette Ball with a 122.1, only 1/10 of a second above that 122 mark. So she is definitely starting to flirt with that 122 mark. Only a 10th away. Angus McClarty with a 122.6 and Tony Martin as well with a 122.6. So those 3 riders getting real close to that 122 mark as they're now over the top of 5. Still Jeanette Ball 3-4 bike lengths ahead of Angus McClarty. The same gap back to the 3rd place rider of Tony Martin. These 3 riders opening up about 5-6 seconds over Pat Patterson in 4th and Jim Marlowe in 5th. So right now, Jim Marlowe is hoping that Tony Martin gets below that 122 mark. But through turn 9, side by side was Jeanette Ball and Angus McClarty. Jeanette Ball holding off Angus through turn 9 onto the front straightaway. Oh, Jeanette Ball, a 121.5. Jeanette, she's going to be happy about that. It's bittersweet. These riders want to break out of this class, but what has happened now is Jeanette Ball has gone below that, so now that puts the lead on Angus McClarty. He's going to get, if he wins, if it finishes the way it is, he's getting 26 points, and that's going to put him ahead of Jeanette Ball in the championship. So now she's going to want to hope that Angus McClarty doesn't know that she has broken out and is going to try to push hard to get back into the lead. So through here in turn 9, only a bike length separates the 2. So we'll see what happens here with the lap times as they got a couple of corners to go. Tony Martin still right there as well. He may break out and give 3rd place to Jim Marlowe. Oh, Angus McClarty has just broken out as well with a 121.8. That has given the championship back to Jeanette Ball at the moment. Tony Martin as well has broken out, so now that gives Jim Marlowe a chance at 3rd in the championship. So right now, Pat Patterson is the current leader of this race, sitting there in 4th. Happy member of a fan club of Pat Patterson behind or underneath me here. Just a big old roar from him when he found out he was in the lead. But now that gives Jim Marlowe 2nd and John McRae 3rd. The only way these riders will know if they have broken out is from their pit crew on pit wall. So these 3 riders have to keep an eye on Pat Patterson here and Jim Marlowe. Jim's starting to get a little bit closer here to Pat. If he knows that he's going for the race win, he may try to push a little harder here. Continuing to lower her lap times. Fastest lap of the race from Jeanette Ball with a 121.4. Looks like Pat Patterson might have got some signals from people there on pit lane. So he may know now that he is racing for the win. Out of turn 2. I'll keep an eye on this battle between Jim Marlowe and Pat Patterson. Right now, about half a second up the road is Pat Patterson from Jim Marlowe. Coming out of turn 4, Pat Patterson holding on to this lead over the top of 5. Jim Marlowe getting within 2 bike lengths. Pat Patterson will be able to open up the gap here down the back straightaway. That's a 600 versus an R3, so it's going to be all down to turn 9 here, and unfortunately the horsepower is going to be an advantage down the front straightaway. So John McRae starting to get in here as well. So now they're coming out of turn 9. Pat Patterson with the lead. Jim Marlowe second. John McRae right there, only about 5 bike lengths back, coming onto the front straightaway. It's going to be a drag race to the finish with Pat Patterson taking the win, followed by Jim Marlowe, John McRae in third, Robert McGinnis in fourth, Ryan Hum in fifth. Lucas Bowl crossing the line in sixth. Oleg Kavashaw in a battle with Brianna Mosher. Oleg holding off Brianna Mosher to the line, followed by Piotr Kabula. I meant to go down and talk to that rider yesterday to get the correct pronunciation of their name, but that rider coming in ninth. But with that, that hands Jeanette Ball the championship. Looks like Chris Troop's got the checkered flag in hand, ready to present. Jeanette Ball with that championship. Jeanette Ball just finding out at first that she broke out. The head went down, and then he got Angus McClarty got the news, and now she knows that she is the 2025 Nova Drilling Catch 22 champion. Folks, Jeanette Ball getting that checkered flag from her husband. Great moment to see here in pit lane. Photo opportunity there for Jeanette Ball. Also, congratulations to Angus McClarty for second in the championship. In third, due to Tony Martin taking too much of those inspirational words from Sarah Martin. Getting down into the 21s has moved Jim Marlowe into third of the championship, so congratulations for Jim Marlowe as well. With Jeanette Ball there now making her way through turn 4. Great feeling as a rider there. Checkered flag in hand. All the marshals waving 4, 5, 6 flags out there at each corner that she gets around. Great feeling there for Jeanette Ball. The hard work she's put here over the years at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Great way to end the season for her, not only taking the championship, but breaking out as well. Look at the lap times for Jeanette Ball. It was a 1:21.4, so she just didn't dip her toe in there. She put the whole foot. All the fans there now. Down at the celebratory spot here, just below the tower. All right, with the end of the Nova Drilling Catch-22 race, we're going to go into our lunch break. Looks like it's starting right at 12 o'clock, our lunch break, so it is a 1-hour lunch. And we'll get racing again around 1 o'clock. They'll give out the 10-minute call there as we approach that 1 p.m. mark. Right after lunch, it's going to start us with the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike. So wherever you're going to get your refreshments, head on back to your favorite spot here to watch your racing at Atlantic Motorsport Park, because we're going to start off with a healthy field in that Pro Sport Bike category with 12 riders registered in the race this afternoon. Before I go on the lunch break, I just want to give a shout out to the sponsors that are helping this stream on YouTube. Empire Motorworks and Arc and Spark Electric. Empire Motorworks is a full-service motorcycle shop located in Windsor, Nova Scotia, with a strong reputation for quality and craftsmanship. Empire specializes in servicing American bikes like Harley-Davidson, European models like Triumph, and a wide range of Japanese motorcycles. Whether you're looking for a full custom build, engine rebuild, general service, or tire changes, Empire Motorworks has the skills and experience to get the job done right. Arc and Spark Electric is serving all of PI's electrical needs, from heat pumps and water heaters to full-scale robotic dairy operations. Arc and Spark has you covered. Hi, folks. We'll, as I mentioned, we'll be off the air there for an hour, and we'll get back to racing with that Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race number 2 of the weekend. Volume check there. Volume check. Test, test, test. That's The countdown clock is down to a little under 2 minutes here now for the racing to continue on here on Sunday. Final day of racing here for the 2025 season. Just getting the grids here all set up. Mentioned earlier, it's the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike to start off the racing. Second race for this category this weekend. Shout out to the sponsor, which is Pro Cycle. Pro Cycle is Nova Scotia's home for power sports. Started in 1983 and has supported Canadian road racing since its very beginning. Pro Cycle sells Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, KTM, and Gas, as well as a massive inventory of parts, accessories, and riding gear. All right, riders now making their way into pit lane here. Momentarily going to be heading out onto the track for their first warm-up lap. I'll run you through the order here. We got the 2025 Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike champion, the number 8 of John Fraser, out of Havens Plains, Nova Scotia. Sponsored by Flatline Tile. In the middle of the front row is the number 5 of Mario Richard. And making up the front row is the 52 of Brad Bork. Second row sees the 41 of Crowdus Roberts. Crowdus Roberts has 78 points. Brad Bork currently sitting in third with 103. So at the moment, it looks like the top 3 have a healthy lead there going into this race. Mario Richard locking up second. As I mentioned earlier, John locking up the lead. So we'll see what happens here in this race to see if Crowdus is able to make any headway. But it's a 25-point gap. So Crowdus Roberts needs to win here to even have a thought of moving into that podium position. Making up the second row is the 96 of Chad Whitehead, currently sitting with 61 points. Third row is the 196 of Kristen Whitehead. She is 4 points back from Chad in the 6th place position. Middle of the third row is the 134 of Matthew Jollymore with 42 points. And the 48 of Matt Curvin. Fourth row sees the 62 of Phil Warnell and the 113 of Fernando Bianco. Making up the field is the 17 of Caleb Knowles and the 747 of Jamie Fraser. Jamie didn't run this the first race for the Pro Sport Bike. He elected to do the MCW Consultants Formula 46. So today he is running the Pro Sport Bike. We're now in the starter's order, seconds away. And it is Brad Bork with the hole shot. Might have been Mario Richard in second, but looks like Caleb Knowles having an issue there with that Ducati. Not able to get it fired up. He'll quickly have to get, there he goes, I can just hear it get fired up there now. So unfortunately, a couple of corners he's got to make up for that gap there now. Up to the leaders, it's Brad Bork, a bike length ahead of Mario Richard. Wait to see who that rider is in third. Actually, it's Mario Richard back to third. Chad Whitehead up into second, followed by Matthew Jollymore in fourth. Crowdus Roberts in 5th, followed by Fernando Bianco, but John Fraser up the inside of Fernando Bianco. Man on the move. He may try an outside or inside into 9. He has gone up the inside of Crowdus Roberts into 9. So now the man on the move is Jamie Fraser, moving from the back of the pack quickly up to 5th, sorry. Now front straightaway. Looks like Jamie Fraser able to get around Matthew Jollymore into turn 1. So definitely Jamie Fraser looking to get on the podium this afternoon. Now he's into 4th. What it is, Brad Bork, half a bike length back, Chad Whitehead, about 3 bike lengths back, Mario Richard, able to get a little closer to Chad Whitehead through turn 4, but still a couple of bike lengths back as they head on to the back straightaway. Jamie Fraser, he's back about 2, maybe 3 seconds there down the back straightaway, but this is one of the longer races here. Well, I thought it was 12. It's 10 laps, so he still has 8 laps to go when he crosses the line, so we'll keep an eye on those lap times and that gap as the laps tick away. Brad Bork coming out of turn 9 through 10 there now. 3 bike lengths, 4 bike lengths ahead of Chad Whitehead. The lap times of the top 3 riders were into the 12s, with Jamie Fraser into the 13s there. So we'll see how these lap times shuffle around here. But right now, it is the top 3 riders pushing a little harder out there. Now over the top of 5, Brad Bork, Chad Whitehead, Mario Richard, all separated by tenths of a second there down the back straightaway. Mario Richard with a great drive. It was looking like he's going to try an inside move. He has. Mario Richard able to get around Chad Whitehead on the inside of turn 7. See how Chad Whitehead can respond here. Now coming out of turn 9, will Mario Richard now just one rider in front of him to try to take the lead here of this Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike. Oh, out of turn 2. Chad Whitehead getting a little squirrely there up the hill. That's allowed Brad Bork and Mario Richard to pull away by about 5-6 bike lengths. Might have had a little bit of a wheel spin there from that bike of Chad Whitehead. Believe that's a Kawasaki ZX6R there. But now down the back straightaway, Brad Bork still holding off Mario Richard. Only a couple bike lengths between the two. They're continuing to open up the gap to Chad Whitehead. Now into turn 9. Another rider on the move, Phil Warnell, tracking down Jamie Fraser through turn 9. Only a couple bike lengths between them two. So a couple of battles happening out here this afternoon in this Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike second race of the weekend. Out of turn 2, Brad Bork holding on to the lead only by a bike length or so. It is about, I'd say, a second back to that third place rider. Looking at the gap across the line, it's 2.5 seconds. Sorry, 3.5 seconds back to Jamie Fraser, who now has Phil Warnell breathing down his tailpipe there, down the back straightaway. Leaders now charging towards turn 9. Brad Bork, 2 bike lengths ahead of Mario Richard. Make that 1 on the entry to turn 9. Now through turn 10, heading to the front straightaway. We'll see what happens here down into turn 1. It's all about the drive here onto the front straightaway. Mario Richard pushing hard. Just not close enough to make a move. Oh, he was close enough. Side by side down into turn 1. As the riders get the halfway marker. Mario Richard now taking over the lead from Brad Bork. Now out of turn 3. He's opened up 6-7 bike lengths already from turn 2 here now into turn 4. Over the top of 5. 5 laps left to go, so still a few laps here to work this all out. We'll see if Brad Bork is able to respond, but right now Mario Richard pushing hard to increase that gap back to Brad Bork there, and it looks like it's close to a second already here in this 1 lap of Mario Richard taking over the first place. Back to this battle for 4th and 5th. Phil Warnell able to get around Jamie Frazier and has gapped Jamie Frazier now by a couple of seconds. On to the front straightaway. It's going to be all about watching this gap now between Chad Whitehead in 3rd and Phil Warnell in 4th. Phil Warnell was a second faster than Chad Whitehead. Looks like Fernando Bianco is going to have to call her, or is calling her today, heading down pit lane here now. He suffered from some arm pump yesterday. It looks like it's the same thing. I can see him shaking his arm there, and it's on his throttle side. So he's electing to take the safe route here and pull into the paddock. All right, all the riders now starting to get a bit of a gap between them. Brad Bork is starting to march backwards into the clutches of Chad Whitehead. Looks like it's about a second and a half onto the front straightaway, but Phil Warnell is right there as well. Phil Warnell down into the minute 12s. He was again a second faster than Chad Whitehead. So he is charging towards that 3rd place position. At the same time, Chad Whitehead is starting to track down Brad Bork. 0.4 of a second faster that last lap by across the line. So Chad Whitehead sees that 2nd place getting into his clutches here. Now down the back straightaway. We're about to see a 3-rider battle for 2nd and 3rd here into turn 9. I would say half a second separates those 3 riders as now they come out of 9. So we, I think, are going to see some nice dicing back and forth here as Phil Warnell now right on the back of Chad Whitehead onto the front straightaway. Phil Warnell, the fastest rider out there, down to a 12.3. Out of turn 2, Phil Warnell able to find his way around Chad Whitehead. Moving up into the 3rd place position. We'll see what happens here with Brad Bork, as now he's only 1 bike length back from Brad Bork. Looking like an outside move here of 4 into the inside of 5. Phil Warnell just not close enough to pull off that move, but now down the back straightaway. Oh, Phil Warnell had to get off the gas. Not sure what happened there, and Chad Whitehead able to get back around Phil Warnell.
I'm not sure if he had a tank slap or what down the back straightaway, but he just let right off the gas and was right close to Brad Bork, but now is about a second back from Brad. So definitely something happening there for the 62 of Phil Warnell, trying an outside move at 10. Just not close enough for Phil Warnell. Now with the last lap flag flying, the leader, Mario Richard, 6 seconds up the road. So the battle to watch is these three riders. Jamie Frazier, cross the line in 5th. Might be running into some kind of setup issues with the bike because he's down into the minute 16s. Jamie Frazier into the 13s yesterday, so might be something to do with the setup. But back to this battle, Brad Bork, Phil Warnell down into 2 somewhere, or 3, able to get around Chad Whitehead. So now down the back straightaway, it is Brad Bork, 4 bike lengths ahead of Phil Warnell, who has 3-4 bike lengths ahead of Chad Whitehead into turn 7. Are we going to see some magic here, folks? Into turn 9, Phil Warnell getting hungry, side by side with Brad Bork. It is Phil Warnell taking over that second place position as the leader. Mario Richard coming onto the front straightaway, taking the win. Here it comes, Phil Warnell, Brad Bork, Chad Whitehead. Drag race to the finish, Chad Whitehead with a great drive. Oh, he was 60 hundredths of a second across the line, back and forth. Chad Whitehead with a great drive. Down to the very last corner for Phil, or the last big passing opportunity. Capitalizing and get on the inside of Brad Bork was Phil Warnell. Chad Whitehead close, but not close enough there in 4th. Jamie Frazier finishing in 5th, followed by Matthew Jollymore and Kristen Whitehead. 8th goes to Cronus Roberts, followed by Caleb Knowles and Matt Curvin. Great way to start off the racing this afternoon. Get the heart pumping up here in the tower. Great racing. It's going to continue here as the next race has 20 riders. And Chris Troop just putting out the 5-minute call for Thunder. So now, racing continuing here with this 20-rider battle. Recommend staying where you are for this race here. Going to be lots of battles happening all over the track in this THB Safety Consultants Thunder race. I'll run you through the order there. We have 4 minutes on the countdown clocks. I'll run you through the order so I can have a little bit of a breather before we get into the action because, 3 minutes left. We'll run you through the order. I'll take a little break because then there's going to be lots of action here. But the pole sitter from the heat race from this morning is the 34 of Mark Goodwin. Mark Goodwin out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Rally Motoplex and Flexiglass Bodywork. To his left is the 66 of Matt Covey and the 4 of Jack Robowski out of Beaverbank, Nova Scotia on that Kramer EVO 690. In the second row is the 195 of Angus Campbell out of Orangedale, sponsored by Good Robot Brewing, Jazz Cabbage, and DD's Ice Cream. And the float center. And making up the second row is the 145 of Craig McInnes out of Sydney, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Flexiglass. Third row sees the 2 out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, sponsored by HFX Decals. Currently in a good position to take over that third in the championship. 2 points back from Gary McKinnon, who unfortunately not out there this afternoon. His closest competitor was Darcy George, who, as we know, not able to complete the heat race there. The two of them tied in points. To his left is the 95 of William Martin out of Woodstock, New Brunswick, sponsored by Tony Martin Plumbing. And making up the third row is the 11 of Avery Hart. Fourth row is the 111 of Jonathan Anderson out of Inverness, Cape Breton, sponsored by Nova Drilling. And making up the fourth row, on board Paul Whitehead's Kawasaki 400, is the 132 of Corey Canfield. Corey out of Halifax, Nova Scotia. And in this case, since he's riding Paulie's bike, I'll say he's sponsored by the world-renowned Bedeck facility. Fifth row sees the 86 of Michael Brunt and the 78 of Jason Rideout and the 97 of Dwayne Finley, who is sponsored by HFX Motorsports. 10th row sees the 10 of Scott Conley and the 507 of Brad Squires out of St. John's, Newfoundland. 7th row is the 63 out of Moncton, New Brunswick. That is Bobby Couturier. Middle of the 7th row, the 69 of Ryan Hum and the 24 of Darcy George. So this is the story of this race. Darcy George on the 7th row is going to, if he wants to have contention for that third place in the championship, has to get around William Fonsavon, who's starting on the 3rd row. So we'll see Darcy trying to make some moves early on. And making up the field is the 46 of Jarrett Campbell and the 72 of Scott Campbell out of Sambro, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Sambro Cycle Service, CanMac Power Sports, and CF Moto Canada. And we're racing. Matt Covey with the hole shot down into turn 1. My eye is going to be to see where Darcy George comes out. He's going to try to go on the outside of 1 to try to take as many bikes as possible down into turn 2. Darcy George is up to about 10th. He's trying an outside move of 3 as well. Rider on the move, Darcy George. See what happens here into turn 4. He's not going to want to give up because he knows he has to get around William Fonsavon for 3rd in the championship. And he is now like 3 bikes back from William Fonsavon, so this battle is going to be on. 1 bike in between them, which is Craig McInnes. But up to the leaders, it is Matt Covey, followed by Jack Robowski. Mark Goodwin in 3rd. They've opened up about a second back to, I believe that might be Jason. I'm going to say Jason Ryder, but that looks like it's Angus Campbell. It is Angus Campbell. Great start to his race. Up into the 4th place position. Jonathan Enders, followed by Avery Hart. Now on the way to turn 3, Matt Covey opened up a bit of a gap there. Down into 2, up to 3. Now up to about half a second, but Jack Robowski using the horsepower of that Kramer, able to get a couple of more bike lengths there, but still back about 4 over the top of 5. Right on the back of Jack was Mark Goodwin, but heading down the back straightaway, Jack able to pull away. Not close enough to get on the inside of Matt Covey into 7. We'll see if maybe he tries to move here into 9. I don't think he's going to be close enough. But Angus Campbell, what a great ride he's having. There in 4th, not letting those 4 or 3 riders ahead of him get away. Now onto the front straightaway. Matt Covey having a great race himself. Angus Campbell, he had a personal best of the 17s before he came into this race. Angus Campbell, a 16.5 from Angus Campbell. He's going to be ecstatic about that. Well, back up to the leader, Matt Covey, able to open up a bit of a gap over Jack Robowski, over the top of 5 now. Mark Goodwin right on the back of Jack over the top of 5, but you'll see the gap open up there between them two as that horsepower of the Kramer able to pull away. It looks like Matt Covey and Mark Goodwin have the corner speed advantage over Jack Robowski as they're able to close in there. But Angus Campbell not letting those 3 get away. Only about half a second or so back there in 4th. He's got a podium right in front of him. Avery Hart there in 5th. He's pushing hard himself. Following that battle in the championship between Darcy George and William Fonsavon, at the moment Darcy George is in 8th and William Fonsavon in 10th. So at the moment, Darcy George would take over that 3rd place position. Now on the outside of Jonathan Anderson is William Martin in 4, but just not able to complete that pass through turn 5. So he's back there in, I believe that is 6th and 7th. Nice battle there between them. But as I was looking back at Darcy George and William Fonsavon, Mark Goodwin able to get around Jack Wojciechowski, and the two of them seem to be pulling away here from Jack. We'll see what happens here with Angus Campbell in fourth and Avery Hart in fifth. The two of them. I'll look at the lap times. Avery Hart closing in on that battle. Looks like we have a rider down here in turn one. I see the yellow flag flying there. I'll see if I can see what rider that is. But now over the top of 5, there's a battle shaping up between Angus Campbell and Avery Hart. See what happens here into turn 9. Avery Hart back here. We'll see if he uses the nimbleness of that R3. Not close enough to pull a move on Angus Campbell. So a nice healthy battle shaping up between the two of them. Up to the leaders. Mark Goodwin able to get around Matt Kobe. Oh, looks like we got a red flag here. Three riders actually that went down in turn one. It was William Martin, Darcy George, and Jonathan Anderson. All the riders are up and okay. Just with those three riders that are going down in turn one, they've pulled out the red flag there. So let us stay off the air here now. Let everyone be able to communicate with each other, with the rescue and everything. So I'll be off the air here for a little bit till, and you'll hear from start finish about the restart.
All right, we're less than 30 seconds away here from the start of racing here, which is the Good Robot Brewing Amateur Sport Bike Race 2 of the weekend. Shout out to Good Robot Brewing. It is Nova Scotia's curator of corker beer experiences. You can find their products at your local NSLC, NBL, or PILC. If they don't have them, ask their staff. If you're interested in a night out, visit their patio in Elmsdale at the Halifax Commons, or head to the original bar in the north end of Halifax. And if you're in the paddock, you can certainly talk to Angus Campbell about his new energy drink that he's coming out with. That's a joke. All right, so on to the grid here. This grid is slated by the championship points. Right now, the leader is Andy Hutchinson with 154 points. Andy Hutchinson out of Ellerslie PEI, sponsored by Dennis Motors, Gillis Heavy Equipment, and Ellerslie Right Stop. He is trying to do the math here. 25 points ahead of Michael Scott, who's in second. 26 points comes for the win. So right now, only 25 points back. Mark Corkum, sitting there on the front row, is only 1 point back from Michael Scott. So this is where this championship is coming into play here, is between Michael Scott and Mark Corkum, only 1 point separating the two. Second row sees the 22 of Antoine Slater and the 118 of Keegan Campbell. And making up the field, the 18 of Randy Arsenault. And we are racing. It looks like it might be Michael Scott with a hole shot, but maybe up the inside there was Andy Hutchinson. We'll wait to see them come out of turn 2 here. It is side by side, Andy Hutchinson and Michael Scott, with Andy Hutchinson taking over the lead. Antoine Slater was right up the inside of Michael Scott there. It was pretty close there. Almost looked like Antoine Slater was going to take out the rear wheel of Michael Scott there, but luckily the two riders made it through turn 3. Down the back straightaway, Andy Hutchinson, 3 bike lengths ahead of Michael Scott, 2 bike lengths ahead of Antoine Slater, who have about 4 bike lengths ahead of Mark Corkum. Mark Corkum pushing hard there through 7. Back end just squealing there up into 8 and 9. Now out of turn 9, Andy Hutchinson. A couple of bike lengths there ahead of Michael Scott. Now onto the front straightaway. Michael Scott having a bike between him and Mark Corkum, but that was until turn 2. Now Antoine Slater taking over second place. So now this third in the championship is sitting there, 3rd and 4th on the track. Michael Scott and Mark Corkum sitting 3rd and 4th on the track, and 3rd and 4th in the championship. And now over the top of 5. Riders all with about 5-6 bike lengths between the 4 of them as they head off the back straightaway through turn 7. Keegan Campbell sitting back there in 5th place, pushing hard there up through turn 7. I'll keep an eye on the lap times there, see if he's able to make some progress and get up to the battle here for potentially the last podium position. Cross the line, Andy Hutchinson, Antoine Slater into the minute 22s. Michael Scott and Mark Corkum into the minute 14s. Both those riders in third and fourth do have 12s in the tickle trunk. So we'll see what happens here as these 10 laps tick down. But now over the top of 5, Andy Hutchinson continuing to have that same gap of 5-6 bike lengths over Antoine Slater. Open up a little bit more of a gap back to the third place rider of Michael Scott. But now Mark Corkum starting to reel in Michael Scott here after the off the back straightaway. Now between them, it's about 5 bike lengths. We'll see accordion effect here as they go in and come out of the corners. So at the moment, it's about half a second between the two of them. Rider on the move. Antoine Slater trying to track down Andy Hutchinson. Michael Scott and Mark Corkum able to get down into the minute 13s that last time by. Oh, and Antoine Slater again, turn 2 is his corner. Able to get around the leader and is now taking over the lead from Andy Hutchinson. The two of these have battled out here in round 4. The two of them dicing back and forth, trying some outside moves of 9 there in round 4, inside moves of 2. So I'm sure this battle will continue on here between those two riders, as now there's only about 4 bike lengths between the two of them. Into turn 7, Antoine Slater pushing hard. We'll see what happens here into turn 9 for Andy Hutchinson, able to make a couple of those bike lengths up. Looked like he was aiming maybe for an outside move there at 9. He was nowhere near close enough to make that move. But he is right back onto the back of Antoine Slater, onto the front straightaway. Oh, great drive from Andy Hutchinson. Side by side into turn 1. Looks like it's Antoine Slater. A little later on the brakes down into turn 1. Four laps to go. Oh, Antoine Slater again able to open up a couple of bike lengths there between 2 and 3. Andy Hutchinson looked like he had to get off the gas in between 2 and 3. So that opened up even a couple of more bike lengths between the two of them. So now over the top of 5, it looks like it's about half a second now between those top 2 riders. Back to third and fourth. Michael Scott and Mark Corkum, almost identical laps across the line. When they cross the line this time by, it'll be the halfway marker, so there's still lots of time for these battles to shake out here, as there's going to be 5 laps left to go and only a few bike lengths between them. But now onto the front straightaway, Antoine Slater getting the halfway marker. Half a second across the line. My eyes, though, is on this battle for third and fourth. Third and fourth in the championship, third and fourth on the track. Whoever finishes ahead of those two will be moved into the third place position in the championship. Folks, a little information from the marshals. I guess Andy Hutchinson almost high-sided out of 2, and that opened up the gap there. Andy Hutchinson trying to push hard out of 2, and that is a corner from going to getting really low speeds on these 600s. You get hard on the gas on these, and they can get the rear wheel spin and spit out the back end. Well, right now, both of these battles are on here, as Antoine Slater now only has about 2 bike lengths over Andy Hutchinson, and Mark Corkum is 1 bike length back from Michael Scott onto the front straightaway. Oh, Mark Corkum side by side. I think they touch shoulders there down the front straightaway. It is now Mark Corkum, at least down into turn 1, taking over that third place position. And it is Mark Corkum, but it looks like he missed a gear coming up into 3, allowed Michael Scott
to get right back on the back of Mark Corkum. Now through turn 4. 2 battles here, only a couple of bike lengths between the two. I'll try to keep my eye on both of them. Antoine Slater, the leader, coming off the back straightaway, able to open up about 4 bike lengths over Andy Hutchinson. Mark Corkum able to open up a couple of bike lengths there over Michael Scott. But under braking, it looks like Michael Scott able to get at least 1 bike length closer. Now onto the front straightaway. 3 laps left to go here of this Good Robot Brewing Amateur Sport Bike second race of the weekend. Out of turn 2, Antoine Slater, 3 bike lengths over the second place rider. Now towards turn 4, only a bike length between the two. Andy Hutchinson thought of an outside move of 4 a couple of laps ago. Looks like he's electing just to go single file over the top of 5 this time. Now down the back straightaway, Antoine Slater has been getting a better drive down through the back straightaway, the couple of kinks that are there. So he does open up a couple of bike lengths, but it seems into turn 9, Andy Hutchinson able to close back up those couple of bike lengths that Antoine Slater opened up down the back straightaway. Now heading towards the front straightaway, Antoine Slater gonna have 2 laps left to go here. Try to hold off Andy Hutchinson. Mark Corkum putting in his fastest lap of the race, and with doing so has opened up that gap to 1.3 seconds back to Michael Scott, sitting in 4th. 5th place rider is Keegan Campbell crossing the line there. Keegan down into the 15s there, his personal best there this lap, or this race. Well, back up to this battle for the lead. Antoine Slater over the top of 5, 2 bike lengths. Back is Andy Hutchinson. Again, Antoine Slater opened up a couple of bike lengths down the back straightaway. We'll see what happens here into turn 9, though. Andy Hutchinson, this is the closest he's been. He may try the outside move. It looks like he's trying to line it up. It's going to put him in a precarious situation there because he'll be on the outside coming out of 9. Again, thinking of an inside move there into 11, as it's a last lap here. Andy Hutchinson side by side with Antoine Slater across the line. It looked like it was Antoine Slater holding off Andy Hutchinson. We'll see what happens here out of turn 2. Antoine Slater 3 bike lengths ahead of Andy Hutchinson. Out of turn 3, Antoine Slater 3 bike lengths still. Now 2 bike lengths, now 1 bike length. Andy Hutchinson, outside move here of turn 4, just not close enough. Now to the inside move. Looked like Antoine Slater got too close to the inside of 5. We'll see what happens here with the drive, but down the back straightaway, so far holding off Andy Hutchinson up to about 3 bike lengths. Andy Hutchinson pushing hard into turn 7, 2 bike lengths, maybe 3. I don't think he's going to be close enough. Watch this. He's going to try an outside move here at 9, folks. He has tried to do it before. He's not close enough, though, to try it. So he may try an outside move here at 10. Here he comes. Outside move. Not close enough. It's going to be a drag race up to the finish line. Antoine Slater, our drag race. He looks over. It is Andy Hutchinson across the line. Andy Hutchinson, 7 thousandths of a second ahead of Antoine Slater across the line. He set that up in turn 11. He held back a bit, made a wider move in 11, straightened the bike up and got hard on the gas. Again, that was 7 thousandths of a second across the line for Andy Hutchinson over Antoine Slater. In third, Mark Corkum. And with Mark finishing ahead of Michael Scott, that means he moves into that last podium position in the championship, relegating Michael Scott back into fourth. In fifth, Keegan Campbell, followed by the 18 of the Arsenal in sixth. And with that win, Andy Hutchinson has won the Good Robot Brewing Company Amateur Sport Bike Championship. You see him now heading out there with the checkered flag in his hand. All the quarter marshals getting out all their flags to show, to help with the celebration. We can see it up there in turn 3 now. I'd see like 6 flags flying there. I still don't know how they do that. All right, I got a teacher up here. All right, I'm going to get out there, get my voice a break there as we're going to get back into the action here momentarily with the Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Finn 8-lap race.
right, we're less than a couple of minutes away from the start of our next race, which is the Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme. Shout out to the sponsor, Stephanie Napier. She is a registered massage therapist offering a blend of therapeutic and wellness massage at her home base massage studio located in Ketch Harbor, Nova Scotia. She's focusing on pain relief and injury rehabilitation while also offering relaxation massage. She's dedicated to helping you achieve a pain-free and active lifestyle. Thank you, Stephanie, for sponsoring the class this year. Got 5 riders here in this Formula Femme race this afternoon, which is 8 laps. On pole position is the rider number 196 of Kristen Whitehead. To her left is the 420 of Courtney Lorraine out of Wickham, New Brunswick, sponsored by Mom's Tattoo Studio. And making up the front row is the 20 out of Chesapeake, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Porter's Lake Pub. Second row sees the 7 of Sasha Richard and the 27 of Brianna Mosier out of Lower Sackville, sponsored by Liberty CC, Plus Racing and ABS Fairings. Talking with Kristen up here in the tower. She was all excited about her lap times there in the Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race that happened right after lunch. Kristen able to get down into the minute 14s. Continuing to chisel away at that lap time on the 600. Courtney Lorraine took the first half of the season off. Has rided here in lightweights and moved up to the sport bike category. I believe it was 3 years ago she hopped on the sport bike. Jeanette Ball having a great start to her day before lunchtime there, clinching that Catch 22 championship. Roller coaster of a few laps there as she broke out, got below the minute 22 and got disqualified, which handed the championship to Angus McClarty. But then himself, he broke out, giving the championship back to Jeanette Ball. So what a way to end the Catch 22, breaking out and get the championship in round 5. And we're racing. Side by side is Courtney Lorraine and Kristen Whitehead. It is Courtney Lorraine down into turn 1. She got the lead there in the 4-lap heat race this morning. Out of turn 2, Courtney Lorraine about 4 bike lengths over Kristen Whitehead, who has about a second or 2 over Jeanette Ball. Leader now making her way through turn 4. Kristen Whitehead right on the back of Courtney Lorraine over the top of 5. She made her pass in the heat race down the back straightaway. We'll see if she pulls the same move. She's side by side. It is Kristen Whitehead taking over the lead into turn 7. Now heading towards turn 9, about 3 bike lengths now into turn 9. Kristen now heading on to the front straightaway for the first flying lap complete.
Jeanette Ball there in third. Sasha Richard in fourth, followed by Brianna Mosher. I'll keep an eye on that gap between Jeanette Ball and Sasha Richard. See if Sasha's able to track down Jeanette for that last podium position. Right now, out of turn 2, making their way through turn 3. It is about 2 seconds, maybe 3 between those two right now, but there's still 6.5 laps to go here, so I'll keep an eye on that gap as they head to the back straightaway. The leader, Kristen Whitehead, continuing to open up that gap over Courtney Lorraine. Looks like it's up to about maybe 5 seconds there now as she charges toward the front straightaway. Her first recorded lap of Kristen is 1:15, followed by a 1:18 from Courtney Lorraine. Jeanette Ball across the line about 2/10 faster than Sasha Richard, so quite close in the lap times between those two riders in third and fourth. Brianna Mosher crossing the line. They're in fifth. The leader, Kristen, heading off the back straightaway. We'll look at it from timing and score. It was 4.7 across the line there. Looks like it might have opened up a little bit more there. Look at that gap as well between Jeanette Ball and Sasha Richard. That one across the line was almost exactly 3 seconds. So I'll see, keep an eye on their lap time, see if she's closing in on her there. Riders now settling into a groove out there, a gap between all of them. So what can happen when you get a bit of a gap is you can start to let off the gas a little bit, knowing you can't catch the rider in front of you. Or you can, sometimes you can, and you don't realize how close you are. A second on the track can come pretty quickly if all of a sudden you drop your lap time by a couple of seconds. But hard to see that when you're out on the track if you're starting to catch a rider that's in front of you. So you may let off the gas a little bit, just try to bring her home. That's what it looks like is happening here this afternoon in the Stephanie Napier RMT Formula Femme race as Kristen Whitehead crossed the line doing 1:16. Again, the halfway marker, 4 laps to go. Now Jeanette Ball on to the front straightaway, getting the halfway marker. And just a heads up for the next race, which is the Bridgestone CSBK Series. We're going to have a marshal break at the end of this race. So it will take a little bit longer for you to hear the 5-minute call because we're going to do the marshal break there after the end of this Stephanie Napier Formula Femme. But now tracking the leader, Kristen Whitehead out of turn 9. Crossed the line last time, up to 10 seconds. Kristen is the current championship leader here. Looking back at the heat race points, Kristen Whitehead was going into this day. She was 13 points ahead of Jeanette Ball. She was able to get a couple of more points because she got 4 for the pole position in the heat race. So right now, Kristen Whitehead is the current championship leader here heading into the weekend. As I mentioned, Jeanette Ball with 76. Sasha Rochard sitting third in the championship with 38. 3 points ahead of Brianna Mosher, but right now she is 13 seconds ahead of her on the track. Now 2 laps left to go as Kristen crossed the start-finish line. Courtney Lorraine pushing hard out there, putting in her fastest lap of the race down into the 18s. She did a 16 this weekend, so. And if I'm not mistaken, when she was active for the full season there a couple years ago, she got down into the 13s. If I can get a thumbs up from Randy, if that's true. There's the thumbs up. That was a very casual thumbs up there, Randy. I like it. Sasha Richard crossing the line. 2 laps to go. Last lap flag in hand as the leader is coming on to the front straightaway here. Eleven corners to go here for Kristen Whitehead. I see Jeanette Ball is also pushing it out there down into the mid-22s. Anyone that was here before lunch, and as I mentioned, she broke out of the catch-22, so that means she got below the 22 mark. I believe it was a 21-4. So Jeanette Ball pushing hard on that Yamaha R3 across the line. Brianna Mosher finding some pace as well, putting her fastest lap in last time by, down into the 126s. And Kristen Whitehead crossing the line, taking the checkered flag, and becoming the 2025 Stephanie Napier Formula Femme Championship. In second, Courtney Lorraine crossing the line. Good to see Courtney back out here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. 2026 season still up in the air, what she's looking to do. I asked her when I was down there in the paddock, and going to take some time over the winter to decide what 2026 brings. Third place runner Jeanette Ball crossing the line, bringing home a podium and also second in the championship. Sasha Bouchard now coming onto the front straightaway to grab the checkered flag, finishing the season off third in the championship. Followed by Brianna Mosier. And with that, we're going to move into a marshal break. Once the riders get off the track, we'll see the magic bus there in the paddock make its way onto the track to get some water to the marshal. So I recommend you take a little breather, but right after this break, we are getting into the Bridgestone CSBK Sportsman. Phil Warnell and Blaise Fougier duking it back and forth there throughout the season. So looking forward to see what happens there with that battle. Kristen Whitehead now heading out onto the track for her victory lap there, clinching that championship. Good feeling there for a rider out there. Checkered flags flying for the marshals. Congratulations to Kristen Whitehead for taking home the championship. While we're heading into the break there, I also want to talk about one of our local riders that's headed down to Las Vegas this weekend to race in the Baggers League. That would be Vincent Wilson out of Moncton, New Brunswick. Vincent qualified, I believe it was 5 seconds ahead of the closest competitor, and then sitting on pole position, took it home in the first race yesterday, beating the closest competitor. I believe it was by 10 seconds, taking the win for Vincent Wilson. Then into his second race, they had a doubleheader, only racing on Saturday, no racing today. Vincent again in dominant fashion, able to pull off the win again in the Bagger Series down in Las Vegas. So great to hear a local rider here from Atlantic Motorsport Park getting that ride in the Baggers League on a Super Hooligan down in Las Vegas and taking 2 wins. Well, with that, we'll take a little break there, give my lungs and throat a little break, and we'll be back into action there momentarily.
All right, up next, the Bridgestone CSBK Sportsman. 4 riders here in this Bridgestone CSBK Sportsman 8-lap race. On pole position, we have the 62 of Phil Warnell. Out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Sugar Mama Racing, Pro Cycle, and Burnside Brewing. And making up the front row is the 80 of Blaise Fougere. Out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, sponsored by RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall, and Perret. Second row is going to see the 30 of George Church. Out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia. And making up the field, the 144 of Marty Fogarty. Riders now making their way on to their grid positions. And we are racing. Looks like it's Phil Warnell. Down onto the inside of turn 1. Looked like Blaise Fougere might have been getting beside Phil Warnell. We'll wait for them to come out of turn 2. It is Phil Warnell. Half a bike length ahead of Blaise Fougere. Out of turn 3. Still a bike length between the two. Heading towards the back straightaway, over the top of 5. Phil Warnell, great drive over the top of 5s, is opening it up to 4 bike lengths over Blaise Fougere. Turn 8, Phil Warnell continuing that corner speed up through 7 and opened up a couple of more bike lengths there. Now onto the front straightaway. Heading into this race, Blaise Fougere looks like he had 99 coming into the weekend to 81 of Phil Warnell. So tight at the championship. We'll see what kind of race Blaise Fougere showcases this afternoon. He may be in championship mode here and just elect just to tuck up in behind Phil Warnell. But we'll wait to see how the laps tick down, because right now Phil Warnell has opened up about a second over Blaise Fougere off the back straightaway. Battle on the go between George Church and Marty Fogarty. Those two heading now off the back straightaway. Only 3 bike lengths between them, and that's for a podium position, 3rd and 4th. Here on this battlefield. Oh, Marty Fogarty grabbed enough front brake.
in between 10 and 11 that the back end got up in the air. Looked like he was closing in on George Church a little too quickly than he anticipated. Grabbed some front brake and had the back end come right up in the air. Luckily enough able to collect it heading into turn 11. Right now, George Church a bike length ahead of Marty Fogarty. Now through 3, a bike length between the two. Side by side almost there on their way to 4. Right now, this is the battle to watch as the leaders are stretching out the gap between each other. So I'm going to concentrate on this battle for the last podium position. It's heading to the back straightaway now. George Church, 3 bike lengths ahead of Marty Fogarty. Now into turn 7. Marty not close enough to George into turn 9. So no moves made here, but we'll see what happens here into turn 11. A little cleaner this time by Marty into turn 11. Onto the front straightaway. Drag race down to turn 1. Position still held by George Church into turn 1. But still nice and tight battle there. Only a bike length between the two. Looking at the lap times from Blaise Hougier into the 14s. Looks like Blaise is in championship mode now this afternoon, knowing second place is good enough to get the championship. But George Church, Marty Fogarty, through turn 4 onto the back straightaway here momentarily. Couple of bike lengths between the two. Marty seems to be getting a good drive down the back straightaway. He might be trying to get side by side. No, looks like he let off the gas. Looking to be happy to sit back and play possum maybe here. Maybe pull some last lap moves here on George Church. Definitely had a good drive down the back straightaway. Looked like he might have been able to take an inside move there into 7. As they now come on to the front straightaway, this battle now has 4 laps to go. Another drag race to the finish. Across the line, only 10 thousandths of a second separating the two across the line. See what happens here out of turn 2. George Church still a bike length ahead of Marty Fogarty. Exit of turn 3. Marty not close enough to try an outside move of 4 here. As George actually opened up another bike length there. Had some better entry speed into 4. Now over the top of 5. As I say that Blaise in championship mode, just put in his fastest lap of the race, a 13.8 there from Blaise Hougier. With this battle now for 3rd and 4th, coming out of turn 9, George Church, a bike length ahead of Marty Fogarty. Now onto the front straightaway. We'll see if Marty is going to try and pull a move here. Again, a drag race down the line, the two of them putting in their fastest laps. Now with 3 laps left to go of this Bridgestone CSBK Sportsman. Final race of the season. Out of turn 2, they're kind of side by side there. Marty was on the outside in the entry to 3, so wasn't going to be a good spot. He had to let off the gas on the way to 3 and let George Church have the line. Now out of 4, still 2 bike lengths separating the 2 riders. George had some good speed down the top of 5 down the back straightaway, so no move there from Marty Fogarty into turn 7. And it's opened up to about 4 bike lengths here into turn 9. But Marty Fogarty has had some good corner speed through 10 and 11, so I'm sure he's going to be able to get back onto the back of George Church. And sure enough, only about a bike length there separates the two onto the front straightaway. Phil Warnell, the leader, coming off the back straightaway. This time by, he's going to get the last lap flag there. Couple of corners to go for Phil Warnell. But this battle for third and fourth, coming out of turn 3. Seesawing back and forth this gap accordion. As it is 2 bike lengths between the two over the top of 5. Curious to see if Marty Fogarty is just sitting there waiting for the last lap and then may try to pull a move here on George Church. But right now not close enough to try and thin here into turn 9. This battle now coming onto the front straightaway. Still a few bike lengths, so I'll track the leader here on the last lap. It is Phil Warnell coming off the back straightaway with about 5 seconds over Blaise Fougere. So a couple of corners more to go here for Phil to win the race and for Blaise Fougere to clinch this championship. Now onto the front straightaway, Phil Warnell taking the win of this Bridgestone CSBK Sportsman. Followed by Blaise Fougere coming home the 2025 Bridgestone CSBK champion. Now this battle down the back straightaway. George Church 2 bike lengths ahead of Marty Fogarty. We'll see if we see an inside move here into 9. That's a classic move here at Atlantic Motorsport Park on the last lap. Typically the rider heading in onto the front straightaway with the lead. Holds it on here, but right now it is George Church. Couple of bike lengths ahead of Marty Fogarty. Running a little wide there. In turn 10 onto the front straightaway. Marty Fogarty, drag race to the finish. It is George Church with a little over a 1/10 of a second ahead of Marty Fogarty. Now with Blaise clinching this championship in this race, I'm sure he is going to grab that checkered flag out of the hands of the head marshal down there and complete another victory lap for Blaise Fougere, clinching 2 championships. Earlier taking the Asylum Racing Vintage Open Championship, now with the Bridgestone CSBK Championship. A great day for Blaise Fougere. All right, as Blaise Fougere makes his victory lap Just a heads up, the next race, race number 7 on the schedule, has a full grid here. Just quickly looking at it, looks like there is, I believe, 22, 23 riders out there. So if you are taking a little breather, walking through the paddock, I recommend finding your favorite spot to watch a race here at Atlantic Motorsport Park, because this Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series Expert and the Mark and his Ostrich Amateur 400 race is a classic for battles out there. So with this many riders out on the track, there is definitely going to be some excitement here for you fans and for the racers as well. One of the favorites here for the riders, due to the amount of racers that are out there. You can always find a battle out there. So I'd recommend finding your spot there.
Attention in the paddock. 5-minute call for lightweight 250, lightweight 400. 5-minute call for lightweight.
All right, we're about 2.5 minutes away from the start of the next race. A couple of the riders electing to head down, get into pit lane. The first rider being Corey Canfield on board Paul Whitehead's Kawasaki 400. Chatting with Corey in round 4. Talking about he wanted to get into some racing with a lot of battling, so he had a conversation with Paul Whitehead in between round 4 and 5, and lucky enough able to find a motorcycle to get out there in this 20 plus rider field. Corey yesterday had to start from the back just due to registration and everything, so now he's starting from the 3rd row. We'll see how all that pans out this afternoon. But a shout out to the sponsors. Mark and his Ostrich Woodworking 400. Sponsored by the company Mark and his Ostrich Woodworking, who makes high-end cabinetry, ultra-modern heritage millwork reproduction, interior doors, custom stair parts, including reproduction, newel posts, and hand-turned spindles.
Mark also installs pattern woodworking, wood flooring, including border work and inlays. The expert category, thanks to Bill Watkins, starting the Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series. The Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series pays homage to a giant of a man and a great friend of sARL and AMP. Grant Nesbitt has been a stalwart supporter of motorcycle racing, competing in regional series in Quebec, Ontario, and with sARL here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. All right, now I'll run you through the order, starting off with the experts. On pole position and the 2025 Grant Nesbitt Series Expert 400 champion is the 34 out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Rally Motoplex and Flexiglass Bodywork. That is Mark Goodwin. To his left, with 129 points, is the 66 of Matt Covey. To his left, rider number 24 out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Miller Time Racing, is Darcy George. Darcy George is 11 points back from Matt Covey, so still tight there for second and third in the championship. Back 50 points is our fourth place rider in the championship. Second on the grid is the 78 of Jason Rideout. Rider that would have been starting beside the 78 would have been the 111 of Jonathan Anderson, but unfortunately that get off there in turn 2, his bike not being able to be repaired for the race, this race here this afternoon. Third row sees the 97 of Dwayne Finley out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, sponsored by HFX Motorsports. In the middle of the second row is the 3 of Randy Bennett, sponsored by Mum's Tattoo Studio and Lord's Auto Body and MasterCard. And the rider, as mentioned earlier, the 132 of Corey Canfield, making up the expert field, sponsored by Pro Cycle, Finish Line Motorcycle Supply, and Wayne's Hot Rods and Customs. On to the fifth row, the first of the amateurs, the 2025 Martinez Ostrich 400 champion is the 145 of Greg McInnes. To his left, the 177 of Kathleen Coburn and the 55 of Ryan Bordino. Fourth in the championship, tied with Ruan Bordino, is the 2 of William Fonsavon. Making up the second row, the 195 of Angus Campbell. Seventh row, 95 of William Martin, 10 of Scott Conley, and the 46 of Jarrett Campbell. Eighth row, the 38 of Connor Warnell, and the 295 of Angus McClarty. Ninth row, 69 of Ryan Hum, the 11 of Avery Hart, and the 53 of Jim Marlowe. And making up the field, the 72 of Scott Campbell. Riders now heading down towards turn 2. It is Matt Covey, great at the start. Oh, looks like we got a rider down there between 1 and 2 as the flags are flying. They got the red flag out there. So looks like we have an incident right off the bat. We're a minute away from the restart of the Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series Expert 400 and the Marcus Ostrich Amateur 400. As we heard from Nate earlier, it's going to be a complete restart. 10 laps, same grid positions. Riders there now, all on pit lane. We're now seconds away from the riders heading out for the one warm-up lap. All right, riders now making their way onto the front straightaway. Moments away here from the start. 20 plus riders here on the grid for this expert and amateur 400 lightweight class. Champion in both of the categories were awarded yesterday, so now it's all just about the race win. Tight there for the third place of the amateurs, with both Ruan Berdino and William Fonsavon tied, and Angus Campbell in fifth, only 3 points back. Riders now down into turn one. Looks like it was Matt Covey again with the hole shot. One other rider I could see there in row three was Corey Canfield, not able to get off to a good start. Looks like he was able to regroup there, though, and down into turn two as he's fifth on the track. But up to the leader, Matt Covey, half a bike length ahead of Mark Goodwin. Wait till the riders get a little closer there. I'll see who is in third. I want to say that's Ruan Berdino. It is Ruan Berdino. He was on the fifth row all the way up to third place already, followed by Jason Rideout and then Corey Canfield. But Ruan Berdino not messing around this afternoon. Now out of turn 10 up to 11, Mark Goodwin taking over the lead from Matt Covey, followed by Ruan Berdino. Able to get around Matt Covey was Ruan Berdino down the front straightaway. Ruan Berdino is an amateur, so he's battling up there with the experts. He's here an amateur at Atlantic Motorsport Park, but Ruan Berdino has traveled the world motorcycle racing. So I would say, even though he is
classified as an amateur. He is much as a pro as the ones out there this afternoon. But Mark Goodwin down the back straightaway, a bike length back is Rambardino, side by side. Mark Goodwin, though, able to hold off the hard charger Rambardino into turn 7. Mark Goodwin taking away the inside pass in 9, making a blocking type style line into turn 9, but the two of them battling it out here onto the front straightaway. That was close down the front straightaway. Rambardino, I think they rubbed shoulders down the front straightaway, him and Mark Goodwin. But now out of turn 2, Rambardino, a couple of bike lengths now ahead of Mark Goodwin. Has Matt Covey, though, right behind him. In 4th on the track, 3rd for the experts is Corey Canfield. He's back about a second and a half there. Oh, look at where the 2nd place amateur is, and that's Craig McInnes. He's 6th on the track there. That's in that aqua blue bike. He's going side by side there with Jason Rideout off the back straightaway. But another hard charger is Avery Hart. Avery had to start from the back since this is the grid is based on championship points. And Avery Hart up the inside of Jason Rideout into turn 9. So now he's trying to track down Craig McInnes, who is about half a second up the road. Kathleen Coburn sees herself 4th of the amateurs, followed by Angus Campbell and William Fonsavon. See if I can find a battle out there. Right now, a few bike lengths between the riders. Rambardino opening up a little over half a second. I was going to say over Mark Goodwin, but Matt Covey into 2nd. Not sure what happened with Mark Goodwin there, because not only is Matt Covey around him, he is back about half a second or more. So something happening there with the 34 out there while I was looking back in the field. We'll see if Mark Goodwin is able to regroup quite quickly here as they go through turn 9. Looks like a battle shaping up between Corey Canfield, Craig McInnes, and Avery Hart. Now coming on to the front straightaway. Those 3 riders across the line separated by a second. Avery Hart being the fastest of those 3, and now they're bunched right up coming out of turn 2. A couple of bike lengths there between those 3 riders of Corey Canfield, Craig McInnes, and Avery Hart. Now making their way towards turn 4. A great battle here happening at Atlantic Morris Sport Park, heading onto the back straightaway. Now over the top of 5 down the back straightaway. Couple of Kawasaki 400s against that Yamaha R3 with Craig McInnes up the inside of Corey Canfield. Looks like Avery Hart, great drive out of 7. He might be trying an inside move. He has. Inside move of Corey Canfield, goes Avery Hart. Now what this is, folks, this is a battle between 2 amateurs now for 2nd and 3rd. That is Craig McInnes and Avery Hart onto the front straightaway as the riders get the halfway marker. I'm going to go back up to this battle for 1st and 2nd of the experts. Rambardino is moving away from this group as he's opened up about 2.5 seconds. So, but Mark Goodwin and Matt Covey battling it out there through 4, now making their way to the top of 5. It is Matt Covey, 2 bike lengths ahead of Mark Goodwin, and that is for the lead of the experts. Now down the back straightaway, still 2 bike lengths. We'll see if Mark Goodwin is going to line up a move onto the inside of 9. It looks like he's going to think about it, folks, here. We'll see Matt Covey. No, not. He is letting off the brakes, not allowing that to happen. So out of turn 9, Matt Covey, 1 bike length ahead of Mark Goodwin. Matt Covey on a Honda CBR 500. And Mark Goodwin on a Kawasaki 400. Trying to keep an eye on 2 battles. And one I'm looking at right now is Avery Hart taking over second place from Craig McInnes down in turn 2. We'll see what happens here through 4 and onto the back straightaway. The Kawasaki's tend to have a couple of more horsepower, but it's all about the drive over to the top of 5. So even though you have a little bit more horsepower, you got to put that power to the ground. And Avery Hart open up a couple of bike lengths over the top of 5, but here comes Craig McInnes using those extra couple of horsepower to get around Avery Hart down the back straightaway. We'll see if Avery Hart answers right back here into turn 9. He is side by side with Craig McInnes and has taken over that second place right back again from Craig McInnes. Now onto the front straightaway. Avery Hart, 2 bike lengths ahead of Craig McInnes. That's for second and third of the amateurs. The leaders of Matt Covey and Mark Goodwin, they are tight as well. Hard to know where to look. So much battling here in the 400 class. Love to see it. Over the top of 5 comes Matt Covey. 1 bike length ahead of Mark Goodwin. It looks like they may be closing in a little bit on Ruan Berdino, but they're going to have to go faster as Mark Goodwin comes up the inside of Matt Covey in turn 7. Now into turn 9. Looks like Ruan Berdino, did he get around that lap traffic? He did. Looks like he had to go around the outside of him in turn 9. That has allowed Mark Goodwin to get a little closer here, but he's going to be held up himself. Now on to the front straightaway. Keep an eye on that gap. It was 2.81. I thought they were closing in on Ruan Berdino, but he just put in his fastest lap of the race, 1/10 of a second away from getting into the 14s this afternoon. So 2 battles to watch here, folks. Mark Goodwin and Matt Covey coming out of turn 4, and then you got Avery Hart and Craig McInnes going into turn 4. 2 great battles happening here at All-Tech Motorsport Park. Looking at the lap time, or the laps, we got 2 laps left to go. Well, that would be 1 across the line as the leaders coming through turn 9 in a couple of corners here. The last lap flag is going to be flying. On to the front straightaway, Ruan Berdino. Last lap flag, followed by Mark Goodwin and Matt Covey. So they're opening up a little bit of a gap. I'm going to go back to this battle of Craig McInnes and Avery Hart. Craig McInnes currently across the line has about half a second. Avery Hart, if he's going to want to try to pull off this second place, He's going to have to get around Craig McInnes and try to gap him before turn 11, because it's a classic move here between that Kawasaki 400 of Craig McInnes and that Yamaha R3, where whenever it comes down to a drag race to the finish line, the Kawasaki 400 has that little extra little advantage there down the front straightaway. So Avery Hart now back a few bike lengths. So I'll go up to the leader here and bring him on home. It is Ruan Berdino coming through turn 10, one corner to go, followed by Mark Goodwin and Matt Covey onto the front straightaway. 1, 2 for 2 for Ruan Berdino. Mark Goodwin taking the win of the experts. Here comes second place Craig McInnes, followed by Avery Hart. Corey Canfield coming across the line, third of the experts. Followed by Kathleen Coburn. She'll be sitting there in fourth, followed by Angus Campbell and William Fonsavon. Then William Martin, Jared Campbell, Scott Campbell, Connor Warnell, and Scott Connolly. For the experts, Mark Goodwin taking the win. Matt Covey in second, followed by Corey Canfield. In fourth, Jason Rideout, followed by Dwayne Finley. I tell you, this category never disappoints here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. It's tough as an announcer. There's so much battling happening to try to pick a battle because there's just so much excitement there happening out on the track. Great show for the fans out there this afternoon.
All right, up next we have the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike, second race of the weekend. Finish Line Motorcycle Supply is owned by Album Nevs. He started this back after he came to the track and recognized that there wasn't a local distributor of parts here at the track. So he took it on himself to start Finish Line Motorcycle Supply. Every chance he gets, he tries to add more and more product lines to the availability to the racers here at the track. You'll hear Finish Line Motorcycle Supply and Album Nevs thanked quite often at the podium because it is a huge contribution here to the racing, allowing tire sales directly here at the track, tire changing. It's a huge addition here to the sARL Racing Series. So hands off to Album Nevs at Finish Line Motorcycle Supply. Run you through the order. The 2025 Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike Champion, which was crowned sorry, my mistake. That was the Pro Sport Bike that John clinched. Right now he has 206 points. John Fraser out of Havens Plains, Nova Scotia. Sponsored by RLS Construction, MPG Moto, and T-Boat Importations. John has 206 points in the championship. Rider second in the championship is Blaise Fougere, rider number 80. Out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, sponsored by RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall and Pirelli. Blaise Fougere with 184 points. So Blaise Fougere 22 points back from John Fraser in the championship. Making up the front row is the 132 of Corey Canfield, playing back-to-back races here. He was just out in the 400, now getting on board his 2007 GSXR Suzuki 1000, sponsored by Pro Cycle, Finish Line Motorcycle Supply, and Wayne's Hot Rods and Customs. Second row sees the 41 of Crawdus Roberts with 65 points, and the 48 of Matt Curvin with 38. And making up the field is the rider on board number 54 of Matthew Spencer. He usually rides number 54, but he's elected to get on one of Jamie Fraser and John Fraser's machinery, so he'll be riding 747, but his number is 54. And we're racing. Looks like it's Blaise Fougere with the whole shot, followed by John Fraser and Crawdus Roberts. Crawdus Roberts, a great starter here at Atlantic Motorsport Park, moving himself up from the second row up into third. And out of turn two, Blaise Fougere, bike length ahead of John Fraser. About 4 bike lengths back is Crawdus Roberts. So now here we go. Here's this battle between these two excellent pro riders here at the top. The 80 of Blaise Fougere and the 8 of John Fraser over the top of 5 down the back straightaway. Bike length apart between the two. John Fraser not close enough to try a move there into 7. And Blaise actually got a great drive down the back straightaway and actually opened it up to about 4 bike lengths. But into turn 9, John Fraser pushing his braking late, as now he's only about maybe 4 bike lengths. It was up to about 5 or 6, but he got a couple of back there and braking into 9 as they now head onto the front straightaway. Blaise Fougere right out to the grass there. This race here is 14 laps long, the longest race here at part of the sARL series. So the riders, knowing they got 14 laps, will take a little bit of time to catch their rhythm. Some riders can get to their fastest laps right off the bat. Some need a couple of laps to get the feel from underneath the wheels underneath them. But Blaise Fougere and John Fraser
pushing hard right off the bat, opened up about 8, 9, 10 seconds over Crodus Robert in third. Leader Blaise Fougier. A little closer this time is John Fraser. Into 9. Now only a bike length. He really gobbled up a couple of those bikes into turn 9, or those bike length gaps there into 9. So now onto the front straightaway. Blaise Fougier. Oh, with a big wheelie there from that Honda down the front straightaway. Holding off John Fraser. Battle there between Crodus Roberts and Corey Canfield as well down the front straightaway. That's for third and fourth. So a couple of nice battles here happening this afternoon in this Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike Race 2 of the weekend. They raced yesterday. Blaise Fougier pulling off the win. John Fraser, unfortunately, I'm not sure what happened with the bike. I didn't get an opportunity to talk to the crew there about what happened with that Suzuki GSX-R 1000 of John Fraser, but he had to pull off. I believe it was only one lap, and he had to come off. And this has allowed this championship to continue on to today. So now through turn 10, Blaise Fougier, a tight line into 10. Now onto the front straightaway. Blaise Fougier pulling a wheelie down pretty much the full front straightaway there. Nice little show for the fans there on the front track. Oh, John Fraser got the inside move in 2, has taken over the lead from Blaise Fougier, up to 3 now, out and heading towards turn 4. Good drive out of 3 from John Fraser, has opened up 3 bike lengths there between 3 and 4, as now they make their way onto the back straightaway. John Fraser has gotten into the minute 8s here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Last time by there, a minute 11s. We'll see if whatever was wrong with that bike, if that is going to allow John back into the minute 8s here, minute 9s. The leader now heading onto the front straightaway. I'll have a look at the lap time here. John down into the minute 10s. So now John pulling away a little bit. I'll put my eyes back to this battle. This is for third and fifth. That's between Corey Canfield, who's got around Crodus Roberts, but Matt Curvin is right there as well. Onto the front straightaway. Matt Curvin pushing hard to get up to this battle for third, as he's now right behind Crodus Roberts coming out of turn 2. Couple of bike lengths between them now as they navigate turn 3 here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Corey pulling a little away a little bit there as he heads towards turn 4, but it's still only about 4 bike lengths between the two of them. Matt Curvin there back in that 5th place. He's about 4 bike lengths back there now from Crodus Roberts. Had a great showing there yesterday. He was very excited about his racing. Down into the minute 13s. Now here towards turn 9, Matt Curvin letting off the brakes. Taking off that inside move from Crodus Roberts. He was a couple of bike lengths back, but he might have been surprised at the entry speed of Crodus Roberts and took the opportunity there, let off the brakes, and took over that 4th place position. Corey Canfield turning minute 14s out there. It's going to be interesting to see what Matt Curvin can do here, because they still have 9 laps left to go. He did a 15 across the line, but as I was just mentioning earlier, he was down to the 13s yesterday. So we'll see if Matt Curvin, with a little bit of a clear track ahead of him, is able to eke a little closer there to Corey Canfield. They're coming over the top of 5 there now. I would say it's about a second and a half, maybe pushing 2 seconds there down the back straightaway. Lap time of John Fraser across the line, a minute 10, followed by Blaise Fougere with the minute 12. That's opened the gap up to 4.5 seconds now between that first and second place rider. Here comes third, Corey Canfield on to the front straightaway. Curious to see here the lap times. Matt Curvin was about 0.2 of a second faster than Corey Canfield. Across the line, the gap was 2 seconds. So that little bit is going to matter out there, even though it's a small amount, that 0.2. He still has 8 laps to go. So that is that's over half of that gap just with 0.2. Corey Canfield just in the 400 race too. There may be some fatigue that happens here later on in the race, but we'll wait to see as I track his lap times as the laps tick down. Leader John Fraser, when he crossed the line, got the halfway marker, meaning 7 laps left to go here. Third place rider Corey Canfield coming out of 9. Matt Curvin is definitely closer to Corey Canfield. Now on to the front straightaway. Another 0.2 of a second. 0.2 of a second is about 5 bike lengths, I would say. So definitely closing in on Corey Canfield. Looking at the gap, it is down below 2 seconds now with 7 laps to go. What can happen too with a rider if they know they're catching the rider in front of them? It's that extra motivation to try to track down that rider. So Matt Curvin, taking half a second over the last couple of laps, is going to know that he is closing in on that third place position currently held by Corey Canfield. Corey Canfield now making his way around turn 9. Hard to tell if the gap changed this time. If anything, is a little bit closer, but we'll wait to see what the lap times are across the line. The 2 riders put in their fastest lap of the race there. Corey Canfield was able to open it up by 0.4 of a second. So now it is back over the 2 second mark there. I did see a fellow rider down there, Caleb Knowles, giving Corey Canfield the typical signal, letting know a rider is closing in on them. So with Corey knowing that, we'll see if the lap times drop even further, maybe down into the minute 13s here. Leader John Fraser crossing the line, followed by Blaise Fougere. Signaling 5 laps left to go here of this finish line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike race. Oh, looks like Carlos Roberts is having some bike troubles. He's slowing here, and it looks like the bike is doing like a surging sound. Almost like it's starving for gas or something. So he's going to be coming slow here out of turn 9. Matthew Spencer is going to see him. It was in a bad spot there, but thankfully Matthew Spencer able to get around him without any troubles. And Carlos Roberts there now able to make it down the exit ramp. So good to see Carlos Roberts able to get off the track there without affecting any of the riders out there or getting stalled out onto the track. Corey Canfield, he's seen that signal from Caleb Knowles. Able to put in a 13.8. Stretching that lead just a little bit more. I was mentioning Kronos Roberts able to get it off the track. He just barely got it off the track as he's down here at the tower. Unfortunately, maybe some gremlins there from that front end washout yesterday in a race he was battling there for third place. Lost the front end in turn 4. Four laps to go there. Corey Canfield back into the 14s, but Matt Curvin now into the 15s himself, so continuing to stretch that gap, which is now 3.5 seconds between the two of them. Matthew Spencer coming on to the front straightaway, currently riding in 5th. John Fraser across the line there a few seconds ago. Lap times now, or the lap count down to 3 of them left here in this finish line. Motorcycle Supply Superbike race 2 of the weekend. Blaise Fougere now back about 10 seconds there. As John Fraser makes his way onto the back straightaway. Been riding 8s and 9s when John was really pushing hard. And not to say he's not pushing hard now. He may be riding through some conditions with the motorcycle, but John Fraser knows that he doesn't have to do 8s and 9s here this afternoon. So there is no need to add that extra element to his race today, that extra risk. So John Fraser, I'm sure, strategy to go out there, do consistent 10s. Now 2 laps left to go here. Looking back at this third place rider of Corey Canfield, tipping off turn 7 there. He has about half the back straightaway over Matthew Curvin now. Or Matt Curvin. I'm not sure why I call him Matthew. Mr. Matt coming off, heading towards turn 9. All the riders now in bring it home mode as the gaps have continued to increase here as these laps ticked away. Take a moment to talk about consistency of John Fraser's lap times. Last one by was a 1:10.7, followed by a 1:10.6, a 1:10.6, a 10.7, 10.8. John Fraser has done 6 laps in a row with only 1/10 of a second separating them. That is a goal for a rider here, riding racing motorcycles. It's good to get some fast times, but consistency is the name of the game. If you know you're consistently putting out those lap times within a 10th or 2, it means you got to really dialed in and you're focused out there. As John now over the top of 5. Coming through 7 here, only 4 corners to go here for John Fraser. Gonna now track the leader through turn 10. 1 corner to go, heading on to the front straightaway here. It is John Fraser taking this finish line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike race number 2 of the weekend, and with that taking the 2025 Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Champion of 2025. In second, Blaise Fougere. Third place rider, Corey Canfield, heading off the back straightaway himself there. Third on the track, third in the championship. Now just a couple of corners to go for himself, coming out of 9. Now on to the front straightaway, Corey Canfield. And in his day, third of this Pro Superbike race. Matt Curvin put in a valiant effort there halfway through the race, trying to catch down Corey Canfield. Just wasn't enough, coming across the line in 4th. In 5th sees rider number 54, 7:47 on the track is Matthew Spencer. Unfortunately, early bike troubles for the 41. Not able to finish the race out there. But here it is, the checkered flag going into John Fraser's boot. Back-to-back championships for John Fraser here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Continuing to hold that number 1 plate into 2026. Be curious here to talk with John and Jamie, maybe after the race or throughout the offseason, to find out what John has in store for 2026. John Fraser starting here. If I'm not mistaken, it was a Kawasaki 300. John taking the school here in, maybe off by a year, but I believe it was 2019 was John's first year. Then switched to the Yamaha R3. Was a top contender in CSBK in the lightweight category and was traveling across Canada. Then John moved up into the sport bike category, but quickly moved to the superbike once Jamie Fraser seen the talent of his son out there.
5-minute call, amateur superbike. 5-minute call, amateur superbike.
So then he quickly got into the superbike category, and they haven't looked back. This year was the first year of John Fraser running both the superbike and the sport bike, taking home both of those championships. But a great season there for John Fraser and his crew. Sponsored by RLS Construction, MPG Moto, and T-Boat Importations. Your 2025 Pro Superbike champion. And as you just heard, we got one more race slated here this afternoon, and with this one, it's going to end the 2025 point series. We do have the annual Mac and Jack race. Couple weeks' time. It's a 2-hour endurance race here. Celebrating two members of this racing community here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Jack Canfield being one of them. He has a plaque down here, and just below the tower, a little monument to
to commemorate all the work he's done here to get this track up and going. Just want to get confirmation about the other member there. I didn't. It was Mac McConey there from New England, another instrumental member here to allow all the racing in this track here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. So that race will be in 2 weeks. It's a 2-hour endurance race. Usually a jam-packed field. If memory serves me correctly, it's something like 30 plus bikes on the track. It's almost the whole front straightaway, and there's a team event, or you can either ride it as a team or solo. This year's format is a handicap format, the same as they rode last year. And how that works out is they look at your average lap times throughout the year and apply a delay before you go out if you have a faster time. So the slower riders start first, or slower lap times, and then as those the waves go out, if I'm not mistaken, there was 5 or 6 waves last year, and it was some close racing there right down to the last lap there, with I believe 3 or so riders finishing on the same lap. But on to today's event. It is the Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike, race number 2 of the weekend. Shout out to the sponsor there, Albums Plumbing and Heating. Same owner there, Finish Line Motorcycle Supply, is Album Nevs. He also owns Albums Plumbing and Heating, and he started this company back in 2003 as a service-based company, and he did plumbing and heating, and also in full custom homes with high attention to detail, as if every home was being plumbed for himself. Later on, he moved into the plumbing for commercial buildings, and then took in some insurance industry as well. So shout out to Album Nevs from Albums Plumbing and Heating for sponsoring this amateur superbike category this year. On to the riders. On pole position, the 2025 Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike Champion is the 37 of Andy Hutchinson. To his left is the number 40 of Michael Scott. And making up the front row is the 39 of Mark Corkum. There is about, 20 points between the two of them. 18 points between Mark Corkum and Michael Scott. So it's not super tight, but still possible for the two of them to switch positions based on what happens here this afternoon. Second row sees the 30 of George Church and the 18 of Randy Arsenault. Third row sees the 86 of Michael Brunt, 118 of Keegan Campbell, and the 144 of Marty Fogarty. And we're racing. It looks like it's either Andy Hutchinson or Mark Corkum. Might be Andy Hutchinson there down into turn 1 with the hole shot. But from third on the front row, Mark Corkum had a great start as well. Coming out of turn 2, it is Andy Hutchinson with about 4 bike lengths over Mark Corkum. But only a bike length back is Michael Scott.
followed by the fourth place rider, who I'll wait to see when we get a little bit closer there. Not sure who that is there in fourth. I believe that might be Keegan Campbell of that full white livery that he has there, coming over the top of 5. Leader now coming into turn 7. Opened up a little bit of a gap there. It's still about 5 bike lengths there. A couple of bike lengths back, Michael Scott, but looks like Keegan Campbell is here to battle this afternoon, as he has found a podium position right in front of him. Now onto the front straightaway. Michael Brunt crossing the line in 5th, followed by Marty Fogarty, George Church, and Randy Arsenault. These leaders now coming out of turn 2 through 3. A little bit closer is Mark Corkum to Andy Hutchinson, this time by. Now down to 3 or 4 bike lengths there, and it's the same gap between all 4 of these riders of Andy Hutchinson, Mark Corkum, Michael Scott, and Keegan Campbell. Though over the top of 5, the top 3 able to pull a little bit of a gap there over that 4th place rider. Into turn 7, Mark Corkum looking a little racy here coming into turn 9. He was thinking about an inside move there, as he's now right on the back of the leader. Currently Andy Hutchinson, the leader, out of 9 into 10. Looks like Mark Corkum is looking to end the year with a win. On to the front straightaway. Lap time's a little off what they have done all weekend. They're into the 15s, but these riders have been doing 12s and 13 the last couple rounds here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. So Andy Hutchinson through 4, 2 bike lengths ahead of Mark Corkum. Only 2 bike lengths back from him is Michael Scott, now over the top of 5. Nice and tight for us here is this battle for us fans here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. It looked like Mark Corkum was thinking of an inside move there, halfway down or so the back straightaway. Just not able to get close enough to pull that move off. Let's see if he does an inside move here into 9. I think he's playing possum, folks. He had that move, and he was thinking about it. We'll wait to see as the laps tick away here, as Mark Corkum right on the back of the leader. Michael Scott still only a couple of bike lengths back there in 3rd. Oh, looks like there's an issue with Keegan Campbell's bike. Not sure what's happening there. Fortunately, having to pull off. Back up to this battle. Andy Hutchinson, 2 bike lengths ahead of Mark Corkum. Now through 4. Across the line, let's look at that gap. 0.7 of a second before these top 3 riders. Now over the top of 5, down the back straightaway. See what kind of drive Mark gets here. Looks like he's getting close to him. Is he going to get side by side? Again, he thought about it, but just tucked up in behind Andy Hutchinson. Again, look at this. He might try it this time. Again, he definitely has that move. He chocked the throttle there going towards turn 9, knowing that he had it, but just decided to tuck up in behind Andy Hutchinson, going single file. Now onto the front straightaway. Doing minute 15s out there. That is bunching up the 3 of them at the top. Now out of turn 2. The top 2 have opened up 4 or 5 bike lengths back to Michael Scott there. Not sure what happened down there into turn 2. But they've opened up a few bike lengths over that third place rider. Now they're making their way to the back straightaway. Interesting to see what happens here into turn 7, because it looks like Mark has the momentum to get past Andy Hutchinson into turn 7. But it's almost like he's pulling out of the draft to slow down and allow himself to stay in that second place position. Here we go, side by side. There's Mark Corkum and Andy Hutchinson, but Andy Hutchinson shuts the door on Mark Corkum, holding off Mark so far. Now going on to the front straightaway. Andy knows he's there now. The riders get the halfway marker. Five laps still to go here in this Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike Race 2 of the weekend. On turn 2, Andy Hutchinson holding on to the lead. Now charging towards turn 4. Curious to see the move or the let this plan play out here of Mark Corkum, because I believe he is playing the move of just kind of sticking up behind, letting the rider know they're there, starting to get in his head. It's these gameplay, the chess moves that racers play out there. So he knows he's there. Side by side again into turn 9. Mark Corkum is not playing possum out there as it got up the inside of Andy Hutchinson. He went a little wide there. I was curious to see if Michael Scott was going to capitalize as well, get into second place. We'll see what kind of lap times Mark is able to pull now with some clean air in front of him. Last time by, still into the 15s. A consistent 13-second lap time rider. So we'll see what happens here. Now making their way through turn 4. Still a bike length between the two. It opened up a little bit there through 3, but as they're coming out of 4 over the top of 5, it did get as close as a bike length between the top 2 riders. But Mark Corkum got a great drive over the top of 5 and continued to increase the gap all the way as he's tipping into turn 7. Now into turn 9. About 5-6 bike lengths. Same gap back to the third place rider of Michael Scott. As they make their way onto the front straightaway. Mark Corkum quickly down into a 14 flat, only 9 thousandths of a second above the 14-second mark here. This has pushed Andy Hutchinson to try to match that, but he was 7/10 of a second slower with a 14.7, but his fastest lap of the race himself. They are starting to gap the third place rider, Michael Scott, as they make their way onto the back straightaway. I would say it's up to about 2 seconds, maybe 2.5. But Mark Corkum off the back straightaway has opened up, I would say, 1.5 seconds over Andy Hutchinson. So looking at the laps, there's going to be 2 laps to go here when he crosses the line. So it's running out of time here for Andy Hutchinson to try to get back onto the back wheel of Mark Corkum. Riders back into the 14-15s here. but only 2 laps left to go. The gap is 1.5 seconds, so if Andy Hutchinson is able to find a 13 out there, he will definitely be back on the back wheel of Mark Corkum, and it looks like he is pushing hard. He is not giving up on this race win this afternoon as they're heading over the top of 5. Across the line, it was 1.5, but it may be down to, I'd say, a second there now, down the back straightaway. Now through 7. Andy definitely not close enough to pull anything off here into 9. He's just going to try to get as close as possible to Mark Corkum to try to pull a last lap move here, as now they're coming on to the front straightaway here through turn 11. At the last lap flag. Oh, Michael Brunt ran through the pits there to try to, he had something going on maybe with the machinery coming right out when those leaders were coming down the front straightaway. We'll see here if any of that come into play, and it looks like it is status quo with Mark Corkum still in the lead, but Andy Hutchinson 2 bike lengths back here in second. Looks like he ran a little bit wide there in 3, but it didn't slow him down at all, because now he's only 1 bike length, half a bike length back from Mark Corkum. Through turn 4 over the top of 5. Mark Corkum is going to have to try to hold off Andy Hutchinson in turn 9, because right now Andy is not close enough to pull a move here into 7. So I'll hold my breath here as these riders make their way to turn 9. Mark able to open up a little bit of a gap. Andy Hutchinson trying to pull an outside move here at turn 9. Just not close enough, so the next move here maybe try to push hard to get to the inside of turn 11. Not close enough. Onto the front straightaway. It is Mark Corkum holding off Andy Hutchinson at the line. Putting on a show to end the racing this afternoon. 1/10 of a second across the line. Holding my breath down the front straightaway. Mark Corkum ending the season on a high note, taking the win and 3rd in the championship. In 2nd, Andy Hutchinson. In 3rd, Michael Scott, 2nd in the points. 4th is Randy Arsenal. He's now coming out onto the track here now, followed by Marty Fogarty. That there is 4th and 5th. In 6th, George Church. He is now making his way around turn 10. 1 corner to go for George Church. 7th place rider is going to be Michael Brunt, and unfortunately an early exit to the track there for the 118 of Keegan Campbell, running into some kind of bike issues there, seeing him only complete 2 of these 10 laps here. All right, now as the bikes make their way off the track there, I want to thank all the fans for coming out this afternoon. Talking with the member down at the gate, asking about numbers and stuff, and we had one of the highest numbers here of 2025 for gate entry. So thank you all fans for supporting the sARL Racing Series. I hope you enjoyed the racing this afternoon, and I hope to see you back either for the Mac and Jack in 2 weeks or in starting off coming here in the May of 2026 when the point season kicks off again. Thank you to all the marshals that volunteer time to come out here to allow us spectators to enjoy the sport and the racers to enjoy the sport that they love. Thank you to down there at start-finish for the marshals and timing and scoring there, Marley and Sam. William Fonsavon said you would do a better job if you played Thunderstruck before the Thunder race. Until then, I suck. Oh, thank you, William. Thank you to all the board members that are working behind the scene. Barbara Coleman, Phil Warnell, Adam Singer, Chad Whitehead, Darren Marshall, and with that, I'm hesitant to say it because I got a little catchphrase there that most of the Rhiners know and the fans that have been here, but I can't believe it's the end of the season already, but here I'll go. I'll say it. Until 2026, the lights are out at AMP.
As I walk to the tech building here, reminds me that I got to send an announcement to make sure you return your transponder to Barb here. She's down here at the tech building, so as you're packing your bike up, don't forget to take the transponder off.